was checking on that because I say I can see audio, so.
No, I think he
Australian
So
football.
I
put your headsets on you for Simon first.
All right, test 1 2 1 2. Test 1 2 1 2 3 3 4 5 6. I am currently talking. Hopefully you can hear me. 1 2 3. Okay.
Take my hat off.
I want to make sure I can hear you actually.
Well, hello, talking here. Check 1 2, check 1 2. We're here at the Airdrie Curling Club. Check 1 2, check 1 2. Check 1 2, check.
Is Jesse, is this guy here so that we can hear each other?
Yeah.
No, I can't hear him.
We're dealing with a bunch of different.
Don't worry about it then. Yeah. No, we probably don't even deal with it. But I don't know anything. Okay, say it is one. There's some names. One on the left? Yeah. Yeah, he's in one of the uniforms. You're probably right. Here, I'll open it up and figure it out. So, Atkinson's the skip. That's a significantly better idea. But this is how I'm choosing to entertain myself. Yeah, no, I have no idea. Doesn't look like Sait's name's on that. Well, one of them is probably below. Assuming she's below. Yeah. Because she wasn't on the women's side.
Look at that, I can't tell if he's bone or log or something. Unless he's on the men's team.
I think he's on the men's team. I remember him being on the men's team.
I remember seeing an article about him.
I think he won Player of the Year.
Yeah.
So I think he was on the men's.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's out. I remember what I think Brady Johnson. Yeah, I remember him. I think he was on the men's team too.
Well, it's a bit of a foggy day outside of the Airdrie Curling Club as the first tournament of the year for the ACAC will get underway with the final day number 3. I'm Kevin Kratz alongside Simon Shiskowski, and the mixed SAIT team is about to go against the Lakeland mixed team as they're finished warming up. And by the looks of things, I believe SAIT will be the first to throw.
Last year, SAIT's mixed team went 6-2, so they had a pretty good regular season across the entire thing. In the fall regional, they went 3-1. So it should be fun to see what they can do here against the Lakeland team that I believe finished third. They went 4-4, splitting 2-2 across both regionals.
And the first rock will be lightly thrown. And a little bit too much weight on it, it will go out the back, so a little bit heavy on the draw.
Yeah, not the start they were looking for. Now Lakeland with a chance to respond.
So SAIT will be throwing the blue stones and red stones for Lakeland. Looks like they're just going to put a guard up here. And it will get into the inner circles. Let's see if SAIT can get a rock in the house here in the first end.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to try and clear that rock that Lakeland just set up.
And they miss entirely. So a bit of accuracy issues early on.
It's an early start for all of us here.
That is true at 9 o'clock local time. And I mean, they have been playing for the last couple days. So.
Looks like Lakeland's going to try and swing it around the right side of the rock they've already placed. Try and get a second one in there.
They're going to get a low guard here. They're really just going to congest the lane, make it very difficult for SAIT to try and get some rocks in the vicinity of the button. Try and maybe get started with some early points here. Another heavy shot.
It looks like they might be trying to replace that closer rock inside the house that Lakeland already has set up.
And they will get it this time, and they'll be shot rock.
And that'll be very well done. As now SAIT with easy access to a point, but still plenty of time left in the end to go.
Lakeland will throw. This will be their third stone. Looks like they might just be copying SAIT and getting that shot rock out of there. And they just clear both of them, so it'll just be that guard at the top of the, just outside the house. So
Good opportunity for SAIT to try and take advantage of something here. If they can slide something behind that guard that Lakeland set up for them, it'd be in a pretty good spot.
fourth stone now for the Trojans. And they're just guiding that along. And now sweeping like their life depends on it. They're just going to give that rock a little tap. And now they've got a guard of their own.
Bit of an interesting spot getting set up here for both of these teams with two guards on that right side. Looks like Lakeland's going to try and swing the other way.
First few throws for SAIT. I think they got settled down. They're now back to sort of some good control. And another rock just going to be slid gently. A little bit of a attempt to draw right to the button. It'll go a little bit further, and Samantha Atkinson tries to sweep that out of the back of the house. Not quite enough. It'll be sitting there, and that will be shot rock with the other two rocks in play, being in guard positions. Again, SAIT, heavier draw. They're going to look to just get that red rock out of there. Do that. And once again, the house is cleared.
Both teams playing very defensively earlier. Nobody wants to give up that first point.
With the way things are shaping up, it might be just trying to blank this first end. See what you can do. And it looks like they'll just try and ease another rock for the house. Just putting threats there for scoring points that SAIT has to, with the missing of their first shots, kind of allowing them to sort of take control of this first end.
Lakeland putting another one right at the back of the house there, almost the same spot they were in last time. Looks like SAIT's going to try and mirror what they did once again.
Lakeland does have hammer for this first end. Another heavier shot. They get past the guard, and once again, housekeeping to bid for a blank.
And it looks like Lakeland's more than happy to just keep going back and forth on this thing. Somebody has to miss eventually. Or not. Maybe they'll blank at the end. But either way, it's still early in the match. They've got plenty of time to work with.
Another shot just easing through. And just enough to get into the blue to once again threaten to score. As both teams down to their final two rocks.
And this will be interesting. This is going to be a really tough shot. I think they're either going to try and swing it around the guard that they set up themselves, right in front of that rock, or they're going to try and go around the left side of it and hit it without taking out their guard. Looks like that's what they're going to go for. That, from our angle, looks like the harder shot. Clearly showing a lot of trust in their guy.
Atkinson throwing the stones, the skip for the Trojans. Heavyweight, they will not get both of the red rocks, and so there's still that one rock.
And this is starting to set up quite nicely for Lakeland. They already have one inside. They're going to try and put a second one in there and try and give themselves a real good shot at points.
And with Hammer, they do got that last shot. They'll be interesting to see what they do here. Maybe just a little draw to the button, threaten again. So what they're doing, I think, is just keeping the house clear for that last shot, just a draw to the button to score one. But if they can get more than one, of course they would like to go for that. They do still have one rock in blue paint. And they'll put that at the top of the house. And Lakeland player left hanging there for the fist bump from her teammate. But it was a very nice shot.
And this is going to be a tough takeout for SAIT here, as they need to take out two stones. I'm sure they're just going to put a lot of mustard behind this throw.
Well, I mean, at this point, you can feel that Lakeland, with the way they're shooting, they're probably going to get one, so you're trying to minimize and not let them get any more than that. So you're just maybe going to go in there hard and crash everything out. But maybe at least hope that you got a rock still in there so that there is maybe a chance, but a good weight on this. Last stone throw for SAIT. And I don't think that's what they wanted, as this could be a chance for three.
And with the way that Lakeland's been delivering all morning long so far here, their odds are certainly looking good. They have to put it in a spot they've been pretty much putting it in for the last little while here.
They've had a good start to this game. Good start to the final day. As they'll look to maybe to ease this one in there for three right off the hop. Final stone. And it's looking, looks like it's slowing down enough. They'll get three with a beautiful shot. And so Lakeland, good start for them to put three on the board.
Yeah, and that was a tough first end for SAIT. They knew they didn't have the hammer, which obviously makes it tougher, but obviously missing those first couple shots didn't help them out either. And now a good chance to try and come back. You got the hammer in hand, just whether you can put it to use.
Exactly, they're going to want three for themselves. Is getting multiple points is always a huge advantage, especially in the early goings, because now you're forcing the other team to either steal or you know, get a multiple point end themselves. And so we'll see how this will play out. Now the strategy could be for Lakeland is just play a bit more defensively now. And just, again, just congest the sheet as they'll throw the first stone of end number 2. And by the looks of it, will be a guard. And that's right on the center line. Very nice.
It looks like SAIT's going to try and attack around the outside of it. Not necessarily trying to take out the guard. It doesn't look like. This one will have a lot of speed.
Very light on the weight, and they're going to just try and get that past the line just enough. And they will get that high guard. But a good first shot. The lead after less optimal first couple throws from him. Comes in with a nice guard shot. I feel that that lead spot can be just as important, and even tougher, because you're really setting the complexity of the end with those first stones. Lakeland will put up another guard. And so it's making it really tough for either team to get into the house.
Yeah, and if you're Lakeland, I think this is going exactly to plan. As like you said before the start of the end, you want to play a bit more defensive when you don't have the hammer. And they're doing exactly that. They're going to make it tough for SAIT to get any points.
Another bid for a guard. Or maybe he'll have enough to maybe get a draw. There, it is going. They will bump one of the guards for Lakeland, and I do believe maybe it was too early to bump the other stones as the blue rock there is taken out of play.
Yeah, there was some conversation there between the two players at that far end, and obviously a decision was made.
That's definitely one of the things I absolutely love about curling. It's that self-officiating. You know, you don't have referees watching your every move and making the call. So I feel like curling is always, you know, undermentioned when it comes to the, you know, gentleman's game.
No mitts to drop. No mitts to drop. Makes it a little bit tougher for anything less. As they set up another guard here. SAIT with 3 stones, all just barely outside the house.
Yeah, once again, aiming for the, looking like they're going to try and repeat that shot, but this time they're going to maybe a bit extra weight on it. This one's looking good. It gets around the guard, and it will curl in. And gotta get it stopped, and a lovely shot. They got past the guard this time, and now have shot rock, so very nice throw by SAIT.
Yeah, that's exactly what they needed here. It's going to be interesting to see how Lakeland responds.
Lakeland's It's not the only Lakeland versus SAIT game that we have going on right now. The women's team for Lakeland and SAIT are playing on the sheet number 3 nearer to us. Of course, Bailey Scoffin and Raylan Helston on that team. Pardon me, Raylan Helston is not on that team. But Bailey Scoffin, of course. And here's a hard shot now from SAIT as we go back to our game on sheet number 1. Hard shot. They'll remove their own rock, and they've given shot rock to Lakeland. There's that blue rock there at the top of the green there. Not sure if it's definitely not as close to the button as the red one. Both teams 4 stones remaining, halfway through the end. I think the advantage Lakeland has is they are consistently throwing very good shots, and they're getting their weights right where they really want them. As it looks like they will get SAIT's rock out of there, and so they are sitting 1. They've got 4 guards. The only blue rock still there is SAIT's guard, which is the highest guard there. And again, they're just going to try and ease that gap. Apologies, perhaps a few audio issues. As SAIT, again, just not getting their weights right, as that shot went through the house, and here's a harder shot here for Lakeland, but it eases up through the gap and all the way through. One of the rare misses. So
yeah, with how Lakeland's been delivering so far, that one definitely comes as a bit of a shock, and they kind of let SAIT get back in it a little bit with that one.
It certainly opens the door. And a lot of times we've seen Atkinson there on the left side setting up the aim. That is kind of where the gap is between those 2 red guards. Very light shot, but they hit the guard, and perhaps what they were intending to do as clogging that gap, and it really just forces the shots to go through the right side of the center line. Just a wall there in front of the houses. So still that 1 red rock, which does have the score.
It's kind of hard to tell from our perspective, but I'm really curious whether that second one on the left side there
without the being able to see the top-down view, I don't think it is. Just judging by the shadow that I can
You
just
might be
barely
right,
see
actually,
there.
Yeah.
But from our angle, yeah, it almost looks like it could be nicking the house, especially with the way the rocks are shaped. The wider middle. Really going to make this makes it near impossible to really get anything through. From this angle, it looks like there's very few up lane gaps to get through to the house. So,
Well, from my perspective at least, Lakeland, they're already up by 3 going into this end. They've already got a stone in there. If they want to build a giant wall in front with SAIT, that benefits them, if anything.
on right now, I mean, they've got the one rock in the scoring position with 7 guards out front. SAIT down to their second last rock. Skip stones here in the second. Of course, SAIT does have hammer this time. They're going to. This is the one play they. This is one of the plays they did have, is to knock that one guard, and not quite enough. I don't think. I believe the red rock is still a little closer.
That's really tough, especially from our perspective, because we have a pretty good view of where that red one is, but that blue, it could be anywhere inside that green, at least by my eyes.
But it looks like it is still somewhat on the edge, whereas the red rock at the back of the house is fully in the green, unless my eyes deceive me.
It looks like Lakeland agree with you on this one, as they're going to try and go around the right side, making no effort towards taking out that blue rock that's now sitting inside for SAIT.
Well, and they've got all those guards that they can just kind of push into the house to get some points, and I'm thinking that that's maybe what they might be planning to do, but this one looks a little light.
It looks like they're going to...
They get it all the way through, and beautiful shot. And now they could potentially be sitting 2, as SAIT is down to their last rock. So they're threatening to steal 2 unless SAIT can find a way to just at least clear one of those red rocks and maybe get their own point. But Lakeland is just curling to perfection, and it's certainly the best shot all game so far.
Absolutely.
Only 2 into it.
Yeah, that was a beautiful play right there. And now SAIT needing their best shot of the game to respond. It looks like they're probably going to try and take out that rock that Lakeland just placed. That probably makes the most sense. Excuse me. It is a tough shot, though.
It is, and SAIT not curling at 100%. But I mean, my instinct is just to throw as hard as you can and clear as much as you can, but that would probably be the worst idea. But I'm not a curler. My grandpa was, but
Yeah, it's certainly a tough spot to be in with the last stone here. Normally anything is possible, but with that many guards up, your opportunities are certainly going to be a little bit more limited.
I mean, Lakeland has been playing this masterfully to just make SAIT's game really frustrating, very tough. And there is still that shot of getting their guard in that gap there. Well, it's not a guard, it is in the green. Just going to ease it forward. And they do avoid getting giving up 2, and so that was definitely the best decision and the best shot. And SAIT's on the board there, still trailing, and now they've given the hammer back to Lakeland, as it'll now be 3-1.
That was definitely the right play there. They got the most that they could out of a situation like that. And, I mean, leaving an end like that, going up by a point is certainly not a bad spot to be in. But now you're putting the hammer back in Lakeland's hand. They're still up by 2 here, and they have a chance to add to it.
Yeah, and the only way to get hammer back is to give up points, and they've got to force a steal of ideally 2. But it depends on how the end goes, and you almost want to kind of try and play like Lakeland did and really make it tough to get the points where it takes a really good shot, which SAIT did manage to nail. So we'll see how it goes.
And we know how things went last time we were going this direction on the sheet. Lakeland with a really dominant end.
And I mean, that's really set the tone. SAIT's definitely bounced back a bit. They've settled down.
Their last stone of that last end definitely helped a lot. That was a really, really smart play.
Mm-hmm.
And it was something that neither me or you were really looking at either. And it shows exactly why the best.
That's why they're curling.
Exactly.
And we're not.
That's why we're talking. Yeah.
Yeah. That's where we're good. Is yapping away, and that's why they're curling. I'm wondering that if Lakeland can manage 2 or more points here, if SAIT's coach will come out of the viewing area and maybe take a time, use some of their timeout time.
Yeah, it certainly wouldn't be a bad time for it. Just bring everybody back in and try and figure out what you need to do.
Well, it's definitely that shot a bit too much weight, goes right through. But the tone has kind of been set, and you're down 3 after just one end, and then manage 1, but now you've got the hammer back in Lakeland's hand. It could just be sort of that, the mental place that they're in to just try and settle down and know that, hey, there's a lot of curling left, and the curling, SAIT's curling program has been shown to be very stellar. When you've got those players that have played in the Scotties, like Bailey Scoffin and Raylan Helston, that's valuable, feedback that they can give from playing with like the best players. SAIT has started quite well. They've got 2 stones, both in scoring position, and another really heavy shot for Lakeland. They'll get 1. Not quite enough for the second one. That was a very nice shot, but just not quite getting both of those stones. But they got 1, and now they do have the closer rock, so.
Yeah, still a really nice play by Lakeland. You obviously get the first one, and you kind of replace the second one. Now you're in the points. Not a bad spot to be in at all. Definitely not enough to recover from that early miss that they had, but it's definitely a start.
And here's a heavy shot. Maybe SAIT looking to get their second rock in again. And very nice. Once again, SAIT has 2. And you can see what they're thinking is, once again, trying to get both rocks. And definitely that the rock on the nearer side is going to be a little bit easier because it is now so close to the
side. But with the angle they're at, they'll really need a good curl. And they will just hit the top of the one rock. They do appear to have shot rock, but it is awfully close. Well, this should be a fairly straightforward shot. SAIT, I think this is exactly what they're thinking of doing, is just getting that rock out of there. If they hit it right, get their rock to curl closer to the button, and once again, they're sitting 2.
Yeah, just about everything's going right for SAIT right now, but Lakeland still with the hammer.
The way things are looking, maybe that first end was just sort of a bit of an anomaly with 3 on the board, and now SAIT sort of back to curling the game that they're back to curling. So not quite what I was thinking they were going to do, but they do get the 2 rocks. But they're both on the sides, so a bit of a bump to each of them, and they'd probably hit the side and it would clear them, and they do have some weight to it. Very, very fast. Here it comes. Misses entirely. That is maybe Lakeland now getting a bit of the jitters, as SAIT has come to maybe make them miss a few of their shots. And now they have an opportunity to sit 3. And so right now they are threatening to steal. As now we're into the second half of stones here in the third end. I keep wanting to call them innings from all the baseball I watched this past few months, and the crushing loss in the World Series.
That was terrible.
Yeah. But no, they're ends. And one of Canada's great games. If a sport involves a stick, Canadians tend to play those. Hockey, lacrosse, and curling.
Yeah, that's interesting.
And all 3 have been things you've called.
Yeah, that's true.
We were chatting about it before the game back in the summer.
All very fun sports in their own way. All very different, too. I think that's partially what makes them all special.
Good weight on this one. They'll maybe look to clear 2 of them. Or maybe they're just the one. They won't keep their rock. It ricochets to the side, and so once again it's just those 2 rocks with the center line completely open. And so I believe that once again SAIT's just going to put that rock in the middle. And not putting too much on it. But I feel they definitely want to get them in all the rocks in line, because if you kind of triangulate, have them in sort of a triangle shape, that opens the door for Lakeland to maybe get 2. And this is still not bad, because I think it's a high enough guard that it might make it, well, you'd still need a very hard shot. You'd probably need a hard shot to get at least 2. But it could be an opportunity for 3, but also your rock's probably going to be a little more unpredictable, and it might. They are going with a hard shot. I think what Lakeland might do is just try and blank this end if they can. They'll just go for the 1 rock on the side, but that's
a very good decision as well.
And that sets them up really well. That almost makes up for a lot of lesser well-played curling earlier in the end. And now they've really got a chance to set something up, or set themselves up in a really nice spot, still with hammer in hand. SAIT now needing to take out that very well-defended stone.
Yeah. Into skip stones now. And I feel like SAIT, they're threatening to steal, but if they can, they want to minimize the damage. Because in some cases, you don't mind conceding just the one, because it keeps you close. And now, sitting 2. That guard is not far enough, but it's not too far. So the second to last stone as not much of a surprise. The wrestlers here taking extra time to just discuss what they're going to do here.
Yeah, only 2 stones left, and SAIT definitely in the better position. Looks like they've come to a decision.
Well, they're looking, I think once again, they could be looking to get multiple. There's definitely a chance for that, because again, you got a triangle. The rock's in sort of a triangle there, and they're a lot more bunched together, which means that you don't need a miracle ricochet to get both of the, or to get the right stones out. So we'll see what they are wanting to do here. They're going to have some good weight on this one. Not sure if it's going to be enough. They get the 1. Oh, they have given SAIT 3. Not what they wanted. I don't think they got the right placement. And so
now Lakeland's in a bit of a similar spot to where SAIT was in last end.
I think SAIT's best move here could be you put just a guard sort of maybe at the top of the house, and what that would do is almost force Lakeland to either make some miraculous impossible shot through a very small gap, or they're just going to have to try and crash your rocks out of there, but it still would give SAIT at least 1 for the steal. So right now the rock's in their house, because balls in their court wouldn't exactly work for curling. The rock's in their rink. Maybe that works better. So final stone for the SAIT Trojans. They'll ease this one. Weight is looking good. Is it going to have enough? It will just barely have enough, and it's... The question is it further into the house than that red one on the side? So, but simultaneously, this is going to be a tough shot. You got 3 at least for SAIT, maybe a 4th.
I would not be surprised if this ends up being one of the most important deliveries of the match for Lakeland.
Well, this could kind of like, if this goes in SAIT's favor, it could completely, basically give us a brand new game.
But there is a chance they could go into their next end with the hammer, with the lead.
Well, if they steal, though, the hammer stays with Lakeland.
Oh, is that right? Okay.
Yes.
Well, there you go.
That is, and that's always sort of the interesting strategies with curling, is hammer. You know, the hammer is definitely a big advantage, but at the same time, if you're in this position, it's sort of forced that you're going to give the other team the hammer. They miss entirely, and that could be 4, at least 3. So this SAIT does get the lead at least, but how much of a lead? They're going to determine which of those two further rocks are closer.
And it looks like they don't even know.
Well, they're determining, so it's awfully close. From this angle, it's really tough to tell. And I think it is going to be 4, which would give SAIT a 2-point lead. But no matter what, that was a brilliantly played end for SAIT to just turn this game right around.
And it's interesting, too, because right before this end, we were talking about a potential timeout for SAIT to try and regroup. I think they regrouped.
I think so. Yeah, they don't even need it. I mean, so no, this is a SAIT has done a wonderful job at just turning this game around and getting back to it. A great comeback here. You can see that Lakeland is sort of having a little conference. 5-3. That is unbelievable. But Lakeland with the hammer for the second end in a row. But a steal of 4. SAIT just they prove that they can steal multiple points, and so maybe they'll look to continue to do that. Or, again, we could see defensively. And so the lead stone for SAIT. Looks like they're going to put that into the house, so very nice shot, very nice weight. A little short of the button, but overall it could be a little bit defensive going forward. We've got quite a game in store for us here. We're only 3 ends into it. Out of a possible 8, I believe, are the tournament rules.
And this shot right here could really set the tone for the rest of the end.
And it's looking pretty good. And again, our angle's a bit deceiving. I thought it was going to hit the side, but there's still green there, so they're in the house with that shot, but a little bit off to the side. And you could tell by the handle on that red rock that it had just stopped spinning entirely. So there was no hope of it curling back at that point. Luckily for the wrestlers, it stays in play as SAIT delivers their second stone. And they'll just put up a guard protecting their rock that's deeper, but they are actually sitting too. It looks like that blue rock is a little bit further in than the red one. And so sitting too. Just a few missed shots for Lakeland, and they've allowed SAIT to blow this game wide open. There's a decent amount of weight on this one. Gonna look to maybe just clear those, at least one of those blue rocks. But it's slowing down an awful lot.
They miss both of them, but they get that close. I don't think it's enough, but it is impossible to tell from here.
Yeah, it's really, really close. From our perspective, I think maybe it might be closer.
It would certainly be close, but it is unguarded, so, and judging by the weight of this shot, they're just going to get that out of there. And very well done. They sit 3. And this game has taken a 180. But it is just completely changed. And it's only the 4th end. We're not quite halfway. So Lakeland with a stellar start. All of a sudden, they're trailing the game for the first time, down by 2. And they'll go right through the gap, right out of the house.
And it's pretty interesting, the difference between what we were seeing in that first end compared to now. It's really been 2 different teams in this Lakeland uniform where they were looking really accurate to start this thing off. And they just haven't been able to match that since. And it's almost like SAIT's kind of taken their spot in that sort of conversation.
I mean, it was looking dangerous in that second end. And SAIT, they made that one good shot to avoid the steal and get the 1. And then they've controlled the last 2 ends. As now, they'll be sitting 4. It's hard to tell when we're calling the game on the farthest sheet from us. We got some Nate Ooks players kind of blocking our view here, so we apologize if we say the wrong thing. We moved out of the way now, but still lots going on here on the final day as a hard shot is delivered by Lakeland. They get 1, and in the process, they very nearly remove both of theirs. I think there's still the 1 in play. It's right, but it is like right at the barrier from the looks of things. So SAIT back they just have 3 again. To look maybe to play a bit of cleanup and get some of those red rocks out of there. And just it's always interesting to see when you get that many rocks into scoring position, it makes it almost impossible, because when you ricochet shots, getting 2 is very tough. 3 or more those are the shots that get talked about for decades later when they happen in the Scotties or the Briar or the mixed doubles tournaments that we see. So SAIT just continuing to control. And here comes an absolute missile, or a wrecking ball. They get 2. Very nicely done. So they cut the SAIT rocks in half. So they're now just sitting 2. Just 3 stones remain for both teams. And again, Samantha Atkinson, a very good player, very good as skip. Played with that women's team when the Trojans won the provincials almost a couple years ago. You and I
both called some of those games, along with Richard Strobant and Reese Tenhove, and also Josh, who does a lot of the SAIT basketball. SAIT will try and get a third one back in there. They do very nicely. And they've jammed up their rocks, which is a very nice play. Because if you hit that rock in the middle, it's probably not, it's very likely not going anywhere, because it's just going to be hitting the other two rocks and staying in place. Like the center marbles in a Newton's cradle. And it's the same kind of physics. Once again, a lot of these last few throws that we've seen from Lakeland have been absolutely heavy as all can be. Once again, the angle proving a little bit tough, as there was just enough, as literally they just split that, and now there's a lot of obstacles there in the house. So we'll see. Decision. SAIT taking some time to confer, figure out what they're doing here.
I wonder if the conversation is around just how difficult it'll be to remove that Lakeland stone, solely because of the fact that theirs is right behind
Well,
it.
exactly. Like, you run the risk of one or more, like one or both of your stones, and maybe even the stone that you throw, you know, it could be really tough to keep a stone in scoring position, and you can see three of the Trojans there discussing it. And right now I'm wondering if maybe their coach might make an appearance. I don't see much movement in the viewing area.
It looks like they might have an idea on what they want to do here.
It is just going to be a question of how well they can execute it.
I was almost wondering whether they'd just put up a guard and maybe try and just take their 1 point. Lakeland still with the hammer.
Yeah, but with that advantage of now being up by 2, you would still be up if you only allow them to get the 1.
That's true.
So basically,
do you take a risk?
You can take the risk, and with Lakeland not getting their most ideal shots with their last few throws, you know, you could maybe bank on them making a bit of a mistake, because you'd almost want to just clear the house entirely with these last two stones here, and basically force them to draw to the button, and they own, you know, no choice but to just get 1. And there is a good weight on this one. Not sure. And it is impossible to tell from our angle which stone is closer. They're almost just both right on the button.
You know, at first I thought it was Lakeland, but the longer I look at it, I'm really unsure. It's really close.
But on one hand, this has kind of opened the door. Depending on how this shot goes, it could still allow SAIT. Now they've got nothing behind that Lakeland rock. They could be able to clear it. So, be interesting to see. As Lakeland's Skip will throw his first stone of this end. And oh, and a tumble from one of the sweepers. Blew a tire, took out SAIT's stone, and now they sit with 1. And I mean, if you're SAIT, you're just going to clear that rock and you'll be sitting 2, and you force the issue. It's Lakeland can really only get 1, unless a shot misses for SAIT here. But with the way they've been throwing with the last few ends, has been really, really great. So we'll see how things play out. Could be
Yeah, what they need to do here is obvious. It's just about execution at this point. I think the next two deliveries are pretty obvious. I think SAIT's going to try and take out that stone, and Lakeland's going to try and do it right back.
Yeah, but what you've done is force that really they can only get 1. And then you get hammer for the next end. As exactly what they needed to do. They're sitting 2, so if there's a missed shot, then that's another 2 for the steal. But this is definitely I would definitely say that this is a more textbook shot. You got no guards to worry about. You just got 1 stone just off the center line. You just got to get the weight right so that you got to hit it just head on. The rock doesn't go anywhere. And they would get back within 1, but of course give the hammer up to SAIT. So the final stone of the 4th end. And good weight to it. And they are not going to get 1. They crash it in there, and SAIT steals at least 1, maybe 2.
I think 2.
I think it is going to be a steal of 2, but 1 at least. Lakeland keeps hammer, but they've given SAIT. SAIT has extended their lead. My goodness, this is just crazy that we were talking about Lakeland with their incredible start with 3 on the first end, and looking and threatening to steal in the second. Now it means SAIT has just got the advantage now, heading in to the 5th end.
Yeah, you can't do it much better than that. You're setting yourself up for some real success if you're SAIT. As for Lakeland, suddenly the second half of these ends it's going to be a tough road.
And they have not quite updated the scoreboard there. So we can't quite confirm whether it was 1 or 2 until they've. I mean, it's the old-fashioned scoreboard. The players doing that themselves.
It definitely looked like 2. It looked like that was the
awfully
agreement that was
close, and
made,
from our angle, it's tough to tell. But no, regardless, it's given SAIT it's given them a bigger lead, which is now. But obviously, as SAIT proved, 3-point lead's not safe. So if Lakeland can get back to the way they were curling in the first end, then we could see this game really tighten up again. As the lead stone almost placed exactly where they placed their lead stone in the previous end.
Yeah, and both teams have a lot of practice of these type of ends at this point, with Lakeland still having the hammer.
And it looks like this one will have just enough to be a guard. Gets past the line, and it will be a very high guard. And a very light shot here, maybe going to put up a guard of their own. And it slows right down. Goes a little further than the red rock, but there it is. We've got to think that Lakeland will be playing, or SAIT rather, will be playing a lot more defensively, as now they, once again, they've got themselves a cushion. They really don't want to be playing too risky. And another guard. I think it's exactly what they're doing. They're putting up a wall of guards like we saw in the second end. This time, of course, SAIT in control. Decent amount of weight to this one. It looks like it could be. They will look to get another rock. Threatening to score. Very nicely done as they get two now. And a hard shot. They're really going to try and get get those rocks out of there. They get both of them. Brilliantly done to get both rocks out of there, and they do have one of their own now. So a good boost for the morale when they are down. SAIT will someone replicate the shot with a hard one of their own. They get past the guard. And a good curl on their rock to keep it in the blue paint. But it's completely opened up the center of the house to maybe give Lakeland a shot. Still with hammer for the third end in a row. This one will just be ease to the button. And get it slowed down. And all just about perfect, I'd say. That's right, maybe a little bit off center, but not too far from being right on the button from our vantage point at least. So it looks like maybe Lakeland, they've settled it back down again. They're trying to at least keep this within reach, as they've had hammer for the third end in a row, and they haven't scored any points since the first. And this will be a very nice draw. It's got good weight, and another just about perfect shot. And no chance that we can tell which one is closer without the bird's eye view. Even with the bird's eye view, sometimes it's so close that it's almost impossible to tell. Especially because in some cases that bird's eye camera is not always directly above the button. It might be a little off, so the best place to be able to tell which is closer is when you're literally standing there in the house. This one's got some good weight to it. Get past the guard. Beautifully done. They're really nailing their shots now, as they're sitting 2.
Yeah, the Lakeland from that first end is really starting to come back out here. And at a perfect time. They needed to start making a comeback now. If you wait too long, you're going to end up running out of time, and they know it. They're trying to take advantage of the chances they're going to get.
Well, it is definitely a proof that they are a good curling team. That, you know, a little bit of a few ends where they just struggled a little bit to hit their shots, but they're showing that they're not. Don't count them out. And nicely done to get one of them out of there, but it is still Lakeland with 1. And with the way that this game is shaping up, it could be it could go the distance to a final shot in the final end to determine a winner, but it all depends on how these next few ends play out.
And I think a lot of it is up to how SAIT continues to play. If they can stay consistent, it'll certainly make it hard on Lakeland. If SAIT loses a little bit of consistency and lets Lakeland back into it, and it just becomes a battle of which team is better, that might be the worst possible thing that could happen for SAIT.
Mm-hmm.
You want to be able to run off the run you had in the middle ends.
Of course, the difference is Lakeland's back to curling the way they did in the first, but SAIT is still curling how they have in the last few ends, which is very, very well. And
yeah,
so
it took them an end to wake up, but they have certainly started showing up in a big way.
Well, definitely. They are curling at their best. And I mean, both teams they're both keeping quite calm. They're not, you know, because the few misses we've seen, they're not egregious. They are just a little off from what they wanted. I mean, the first end and the third end were really the two most SAIT-dominated ends, and we do have the updated scoreboard. It was just 1, but still 3-point difference. But with hammer, scoring multiple is definitely a lot. Trying to steal multiple is tough. SAIT had everything go right for them to steal 4 and then steal 2, or just the 1. And again, it looks like Lakeland is in control right now with their rock as shot rock, as we are into skip stones.
And this continues to just get more and more interesting as SAIT with 2 stones within that red ring. But Lakeland still closer to the button.
Well, yeah, they definitely like where their rock is placed because it's sandwiched in there. So no matter what, like SAIT is going to have to, hit their own rock. And almost what you might want to do if you're Lakeland is get another one of your rocks jammed up against that top blue rock there in the house, which pretty much it makes it very, very difficult to just get that shot rock out of there. And again, Lakeland's got the final. They have hammer. They got the final shot.
The risk with a shot like that, though, is that they could potentially knock that SAIT stone into the button.
That
if
is
things
true.
go poorly.
Yeah, it is going to be in these situations, you need to be at your absolute best and getting the exact weight you want.
It looks like they're just going to put up a guard. Not a bad move either.
Not a bad move at all. It makes SAIT really have to. But I mean that the left side is sort of open, so if you get enough of a curl on it and just squeak it past that red guard there, and you could be in a good position to really only give Lakeland 1. And when you're up by 3, that it's not, that's the advantage of being up by multiple is you're willing to give away, you're willing to concede a point here and there, especially when you're in a situation like this where a blank end is really unlikely. So the final stone coming from Samantha Atkinson, skip for SAIT Trojans. And they are really just easing this one in there. I think they are doing exactly what I thought they were potentially going to do. Maybe a bit too much on it. I don't know if they wanted it to go that far, but
now it makes it interesting for Lakeland. Do you try and go for 2 here? Do you try and get somehow closer to that button than SAIT is, or do you just not risk it? Do you take your 1 point and walk out of here?
Well, assuming that they do have the shot rock, which it looks like they absolutely do. Again, tough from our angle, which we'll probably say 100 more times on the broadcast. But you're going to want to play a safe shot. You're not going to fire the rock in there and risk, like you said, knocking one of the SAIT stones to become shot rock. You want to just maybe try to get 2 if you can, but play the safest shot you can. And you can see how light he is throwing that. They just want to ease it in, and maybe they can get 2, which would put them back into just a 1 point deficit. They've got to get this weight right. They've got to get it. Does it have enough? I don't think it does. No, so they will settle for 1. And they're back trailing by 2, but this time, for the first time since end number 2, SAIT will have a hammer as we head into end number 6. 6.
Yeah, and SAIT's been scoring a lot on the defensive without the hammer. Now we get a chance to see what they have without it, or with it, excuse me. Obviously, the last time they had the hammer, they were still kind of warming up, still getting ready to go, and since then, they've really turned into a different team. It's going to be interesting to see what they can do against Lakeland. Lakeland as well, though, they've really turned it on. That last end was really, really solid for them. And
they've got it back under control like they did in the early goings. But SAIT's also under control. It's really going to be we're seeing some great curling from both sides now, which is always fun to just see a battle. Like, who's going to get the edge? Right now, SAIT with the edge just because of that steal of 4. So we'll see. 6-4 the score after 5 ends, as we're now into the final stretch of this game. Lakeland now in a position they need to steal a couple, or maybe try for a blank end if possible, but haven't had a blank end so far. It's been, both teams have done really well at just trying to get points on the board. But in this situation, both teams might just really want to play this safe. And because if you blank an end, you keep the hammer. So, I mean, no matter what, if they want hammer back, they're going to need to concede a point, and when they're already down by 2, they don't want to concede much more. So, steal a 2 is always ideal. But I mean, maybe a chance to steal 1 in this end and steal 1 in the next.
Yeah, I think the situation they've run into is that if they want to get back in this game, they need to do exactly what SAIT did to them. They need to steal a lot of points all at once. They need to have a really solid end. It's not necessarily about consistency anymore this late in the game. You need to really turn it up when it matters.
SAIT's lead stone thrown for a guard. They just get past the guard. Not quite enough to get it in, but it's now 2 guards up. And we can definitely see the switch to the sort of defensive mindset from both of these clubs with a couple of guards. Last handful of ends, we've seen the first throws being in the house. Both sides just clogging up. Do they get the weight right on this as they're just easing that in, and it's going to hit the blue rock, and it's going to go in. And the little discussion for it, because it's the first few stones, because he hit a guard, their stone is taken out of play, and so it will still just be the 2 guards. So just looking around at the other scoreboards, it looks like there's a lot of close games going on here. And last of the lead stones here for SAIT. They will hit that guard. So Lakeland with a stone in scoring position. They'll maybe try and get another one in there. Looks like good weight to squeeze through there. And I think it will, yes, it will stay in the house, so 2 is the amount of rocks in the zone for Lakeland. SAIT are looking to get that higher stone from Lakeland out of there.
And they've not got enough weight on it. They pushed them a little closer to the button. A lot of quick decisions here. Not a lot of discussions with the last few throws. They know what they want, they know what they're doing, and they'll make those throws. And a very nice shot. And they'll sit in 3.
And it's been all Lakeland early here. SAIT with a few guards up. Not necessarily a bad spot to be in yet. There's still lots of stones left to be thrown.
Looks like they'll aim for that top rock. Maybe try and line it up. Get maybe even all 3. You can hit the right spot.
I don't know. I think 3 might be a little bit too tough. I think that middle rock might just be a little far out of line. They could get 2. With enough, I think they could get 2, but 3 would be impressive. That'd be quite the math equation right there.
The way they're curling, it certainly is possible. And maybe a little light on the weight. They will get 1 out of the back of the house. Not quite enough to get it out of play, but no longer need to really worry about it. And so Lakeland once again is making things interesting. They're threatening multiple points here.
And we already talked about it. Lakeland needed to do exactly what SAIT did to them to get back into it, and currently they're setting themselves up pretty well to do exactly that.
And it's been a real roller coaster of a game, as we've just sort of seen the changes in momentum for both sides. So it looks like Lakeland once again taking a bit of control of this game. And they still have 2. They knocked one of their own rocks out. And with those 2 rocks in the back of the house, allows SAIT to have an opportunity maybe just to draw one up to the button. And then the back end is protected. They don't have to worry as much about getting moved out of there. A good amount of weight on this one. It looks like they are going to bump. Not enough, just a little underweight. I think they wanted that a little further. It is in the house, but it's certainly not close enough, as it'll still be 2 for Lakeland, with 3 stones remaining. They're really going easy on the shot to get around into there. I think they've got a decent amount of weight. They get past 1 guard, and I do believe they might be sitting 3. It does look that way. As we can see, the red rock is fully in the green. Just like that. Looking like we could have a very close game in the final stretch here. Lots of rocks in play. Decent amount of weight to this shot. They might try and get it around all those obstacles. And very well done. They've got a lot of those rocks out of the way.
Yeah, that second one's just barely sitting on the outside of that outer ring.
And there's still one in there. So Lakeland still shot rock. But SAIT is not going to make it easy. As we're getting into skip stones now. Looks like they're going to try and get past the all those blue rocks and get into the house. And gotta curl it, and they will hit one of the blue rocks. Unable to get it in close. They still have shot rock, but will be skip stones for SAIT. And I think they might be looking at bumping that red rock into the other one and maybe giving themselves an opportunity for multiple points. They are taking a little extra time to discuss, and looks like they've made a decision. Good amount of weight to the stone. They are really going to need some good speed on it to get that rock through. Don't get the second one, but they have gotten rid of one of them.
And with a shot like that, you really put yourself, depending on what Lakeland does here, in a position to maybe get at least one. It really is up to what Lakeland decides to do, and it looks like they might be calling time.
It does look that way, as they are down to their final stone. And so both teams will take a chance to figure things out. Lakeland really needing to figure out what they're going to do. There's 5 SAIT rocks right, all in sort of the top of the top area. A lot of blue stones to get past. And then SAIT, of course, with the final shot. You just want to make it tough for them to get more than one. Or even if you can get your rock placed right, you want it to be tough for them to get rid of it. Especially because they do still have that one rock in there. You can get that a second rock in for scoring position, then that makes it really tough to get for SAIT to get past their own obstacles. We'll see what they do here. Final stone for the Lakeland Rustlers. Looks like they might be doing a little bit of housekeeping. They're going with a heavier shot. And they will be sitting too. But SAIT might have a chance with how those rocks are positioned to maybe knock them both out and be sitting one of their own, maybe two, as once again those two rocks on the outer rim of the house are looking similar distances. It's hard to tell. I believe the red rock there is a little closer than that blue rock at the top. But no matter what, I think SAIT, how they've been shooting, has a chance to get at least one.
Yeah, and this is going to be a really tough one.
3 points ahead. And again, they're going to have a conference here. And I believe they've called timeout as their coach is out to give some insight, see what there is to do. I really think what they might do is try and knock one of those guards of theirs onto the button if they can. Because that could be the safer plan, is that if you have too heavy of a shot, it runs the risk of your own stone rolling out and potentially risking giving up the opportunity to score some points. So it looks like their decision is made. It looks like they're going to... A lot of shots have come on that right side. Definitely less congested. Final stone for the sixth. Lightweight, but it has some speed. Does it have enough to draw? Up by 2. They knock theirs, and they will. Not, maybe, I don't know. It looks very close there. Even there might be unsure.
It looks like SAIT's closer.
I do think that they will get the 1 point and restore a 3-point lead. That was awfully close, though. The roll afterward was very nearly, might have rolled a little. If it rolled a few extra inches, that would have likely given a steal of 1 for Lakeland. But now a 3-point lead, but they've got Lakeland back with the hammer for the 7th.
It's probably a safe assumption that scores at least 7-4 now.
At least, yep. And so SAIT will throw first. Lakeland with the hammer. Lead stone here for the Trojans. And a lot of speed shaved off. Too much speed was shaved off. It did not have enough, and so
It's a rare miss right there for SAIT. They have not missed a lot of shots, especially
we haven't seen a lot of those shots of that light of a weight. We've seen quite a few shots that were too fast and off target. We haven't seen that really for most of this game. As Lakeland, they will get a guard up there. Here's a heavier shot here coming from SAIT. Goes to the back half of the house, and so we'll have shot rock, but still a chance for Lakeland to get a few in there, and they've certainly got to play a little more aggressively. They've got to get a multi-point end. Put a low guard. And looks like SAIT will just slide that in there. And all the way through. So a little bit of an overshot. Looks like they'll be putting up another guard. And looks like SAIT will just try and maybe crash some of those red rocks out of there. Good weight on this one. They will get one, and Iraq will clog up that right side with a nice shot to get one of them out of the way and have a guard of their own now. Looks like SAIT trying to put Lakeland rather, trying to put another guard up. Just barely has enough to get over the line. And so lots of guards, so a little more defensive than I initially thought it might have been. At least for Lakeland.
Yeah, SAIT more than happy to just keep playing the game like this. They're already up by a good amount.
And another overshot.
And that's a tough one there where you almost got to wonder if maybe they were trying to... that wouldn't make sense. I was thinking maybe they were trying to hit their own stone, but that wouldn't make... Yeah, that wouldn't help them. So I don't know. I think they probably just put a little bit too much power on it.
And that's what I'm thinking. So, I mean, it's giving Lakeland maybe a chance to get more than one here. They do, once again, they do have hammer. Gets past one guard, through more, it gets all the way through. Not quite enough to take shot rock away from SAIT. And I think actually one thing I not really noticed that SAIT has shot rock there in the back, and now it's fairly well protected with all those rocks in the way, so might make it tough. And just need to try and maybe make it tough for the wrestlers to draw to the button with their final shot. 3 rocks remain for both of these clubs. And that will get rid of a red stone. We're left to the center line. They're trying to get that to go. It's going to get around, but has it got too much? I think they got it just right a little bit. Oh, just a little bit closer, I think, than SAIT's stones. So Lakeland shot rock now.
Looks like SAIT's going to try and go around the left side here. A lot of guards left over from what was a very defensive start to the end.
There is still a good amount of room on that left side, as most of these guards are down the center or to the right. And this shot is looking good, and beautifully executed to regain shot rock. I don't think they have two, but again, our angle is tough and it's awfully close. And only a few stones left. 2 stones yet to be thrown. Second to last here for Lakeland, and 1 stone remaining for SAIT.
And these are the type of throws that can get you back in the game if you do them well enough.
Well, with being in the late stages of the game, you got to think if SAIT puts any more on the board, there is that chance for seeing handshakes early in this one, but all depends on these last few stones. And maybe, I think it's got a good weight. Oh, there's a lot of stones, and I can't tell which one is the shot rock. Both are very close. Final stone upcoming for SAIT. Only 5 stones total are no longer in play. Lots of traffic here for the final stones of the 7th. 7-5, or 7-4, pardon me, is the score in favor of SAIT. About to deliver their final stone. Looks like a bit of extra power on this one. They're gonna need to I want to get that red rock out of there and make it really tough. They're gonna want to get around their guard. Beautifully done indeed. They jam it up there, and now they're sitting 2. And it is going to take a masterclass of a shot for the final stone for Lakeland.
Yeah, and it didn't take long to come up with a decision on what they needed to do, but like you said, it's all about the execution. It's just whether they can pull it off, because it's going to be a tough shot. I don't think it's possible anymore for them to get more than 1, which is a rough spot to be in, especially already down by 3.
Yeah, you're down by 3. You'd like to get more than just 1, and especially you get 1 and then you're giving SAIT the hammer for the 8th end. I don't think this one has enough. I don't think he's got the weight for it. It will not have enough, and so a steal of 2 for SAIT will now lead by 5. Well, they're seeing if it might be 3, though. With those 2 stones. 2 for sure.
Yeah, I didn't even realize how close that 3rd SAIT stone was. It actually is.
It's again, our angle is deceiving. It looks like it will be just the 2.
but a lead of quite a bit. And it will just be the handshakes. SAIT will take this one. It looked grim at the start, but they will win this by a score of 9-5.
Heck of a performance.
Oh, an incredible performance, and let's not shy away from how well Lakeland still played and kept in it. And a great start, really, it really was a great start, but SAIT just able to recuperate and recover and come back with that wicked performance in the third end to get that steal of 4. So a really impressive performance from SAIT. And so in just 7 ends, that will conclude the first game here on the stream for the ACAC Fall Regional Curling Tournament here at the Airdrie Curling Club. And so a good performance. Still more games to come later today. Simon, you'll have the call on those, but it was a pleasure calling the game with you. And anything else you'd like to add?
Oh, not much. I think that one was really fun to watch for sure. You got to see 2 of the best mixed teams in Alberta college curling right there, and yeah, it was really fun to watch. I believe the next one coming up in the afternoon is going to be SAIT and Portage, I believe, if I remember correctly. That should be a fun one as well. I think that's going to be in the women's, and that's going to be at 1 p.m.
Yeah, I believe Portage. Yeah, the Voyagers are playing right on the sheet right behind us, and unfortunately, they've been trailing a lot of 1 points on the board for the Nate Ooks they're playing. So lots to come here on ACAC for the Fall Regional Curling Championship. I've been Kevin Kratz alongside Simon Chiskovsky. Don't go too far, and have a good one.
Yeah, no one was here, so I had to go. Yeah, you had the Bonspiel, Danson, Abbotsford, Mike's out there.
All right, hello and welcome back inside the Airdrie Curling Club. We've got the ACAC Fall Regionals going on here. The last day, Sunday, and we've got the SAIT Trojans women's team taking on the Portage Voyagers in what should be a very interesting matchup. They got started early, just ahead of their 1 p.m. start time. So we've already had a few stones thrown, but I believe it's been three for Portage, as I'm just trying to figure that all out myself. We weren't quite ready to go, but we're here. We're ready to rumble. SAIT 4-0 so far in regionals. Portage with the red stones. SAIT will be blue, so it's SAIT who has thrown 3, Portage 2, currently inside the house. We've got 2 blue stones, one on the outside, one pretty close to the button. Closest currently is a stone for SAIT. Portage with a slow approach. And this is going to land just inside the house, just on that outer ring. As SAIT gets ready to go here. This one's going to have a little bit more speed than the one before it. Heading straight down that center line. Looking like it's going to take something out. And it will. It knocks out one of the Trojan stones. Portage keeping theirs just on the outside of the house. 2 for SAIT, 2 for Portage. Currently, SAIT with the potential of getting 2 points here. Still early in the end. As Portage is back up and getting ready to go. This is the second game we've had so far on the stream here today. Earlier we had SAIT taking on, I believe, ooh, I'm blanking all of a sudden. It'll come back to me, but Portage bringing a slow approach on this one. Trying to take out that SAIT stone just towards the back of the house. Looks like this one's going to settle right in almost at the center, but it's going to have a little bit too much speed and just slide out the back a little bit, but they'll have 3 there. So SAIT will get ready to go again. Bailey Scoffin directing traffic. And I believe that's going to be Raylan Helston sending the stone down the sheet. 3rd year from Calgary. Despite this taking place in Airdrie, she's the only curler from Calgary in this current match. And that one's going to be just about perfect, landing just a little bit off the button. SAIT in a fairly good spot. 3 closest stones, chance for 3 points. Coming back the other way, I believe that's going to be Bryn Brassard for Portage. It looks like they're going to attempt a takeout, but we'll just have to see what happens. This one's going to have a little bit more speed than some of the ones before it. It looks like it'll have the weight. And it collides and takes out one of their own as well. This is the SAIT stone closest to the button, knocked off, but I believe SAIT still has the 3 closest. Raylan Helston going for her second. I believe Portage will have the hammer as SAIT brings this one right in. It's going to come in nice and slow, getting a lot of distance, and land once again just outside the house. As SAIT has had a lot of success with draws early here, getting a lot in that, or at least near that inner circle. Portage needing to play a little bit of defense here. They have the hammer, but they won't get to use it if they can't get SAIT out of that nice spot they're currently in, just off the button. As it looks like they're talking something out here, trying to figure out what the best move to make is. Still a few stones left. 2 more for Portage after this one, as this will be the last before we get into skip stones. Once again going for a takeout. Going down the center line. It's going to have plenty of speed. That won't be the problem. It'll take out the closest stone but go out itself. SAIT still keeping one in there, as it looks like, and that's a little bit tough to tell. I'm going to wait till the replay on the stream catches up to get a closer look at that one. I believe SAIT still has the closest 2. That at least is obvious. They might have a third in there. Just depends on where that closest Portage stone is. As SAIT gets ready to go here, Bailey Scoffin going for her first. 4th year from Whitehorse. And this will come in nice and slow. They're trying to put this right on the button. Ooh, that's going to be close. I'm not sure if that's touching. I think that's going to be just outside, setting up a guard just on the outside of the house. Not necessarily a bad thing for SAIT, though, as that'll certainly make it a lot harder for Portage to beat SAIT to the button, as they are still closest. Portage with both of their stones on that outer circle. Up for Portage, that'll be Ashley Twig. She's a 4th year as well, previously with Nate. And this one's gonna have plenty of speed, once again going for a takeout. And that's gonna have all the necessary weight. Just whether it has the accuracy. And that's gonna take out 2 SAIT stones, an excellent takeout there. As now I do believe Portage is the closest, leaving a little bit of pressure on this next SAIT shot. As Bailey Scoffin knows what she needs to do. Didn't take long to deliberate that with her teammates, as they ironed it out real quick. It's just about execution on this delivery. And it looks like they might try and knock one of their previously placed stones, the guard just at the top of the house, into the center. Or no, they're going to skip right by it and knock. Oh, wow. A double takeout, leaving their own stone right outside the button on that inner ring. And can't do it much better than that, leaving a lot of pressure now on Portage with the hammer.
SAIT attempting to get the steal here. If Portage cannot knock any of those stones loose, they would score 2. Ashley Twig. She's up to end the first end. Hammer in hand. Let's see what she's got. This is going to have quite a bit of speed. It looks like they're going to attempt a takeout to win the end. It'll go straight down the middle, taking out the stone, and Portage will take the first point of this matchup. And in what was a very contested end, Portage has to be happy that with the hammer, they do end up getting that point. Now SAIT getting their chance with it. As we head into end 2. 1-0 favoring Portage early here. Now heading the other way. Getting things underway. That'll be Ashley Tweedy. Another 4th year, 1 of 3 for this Portage team. She's from Winnipeg. This is going to pick up a bit of speed going over center. SAIT with the hammer. Portage needing to play a little bit of defense. It's going to be tough to stop SAIT from scoring. The Trojans 4-0 so far in fall regionals. Last year, SAIT had a pretty good run as well, going 4-1 in fall regionals, 4-1 in winter regionals, and finishing 8-2. That was good to tie for first with Red Deer, also 8-2. Red Deer going 5-0 in last year's fall regionals. Falling off a little bit in the winter regional, going 3-2, finishing with the same record. As this will land just outside. The Trojans setting up something on that outer ring. Portage right back up. Ashley Tweedy going for her second attempt. They talk this one out a little bit, not afraid to take their time. And it appears they're going to go straight for the button. It's going to have a slow approach. And it looks like they're going to try and put up a guard as they try and slow down this stone. And this is just barely going to get over the line. Landing just at center. Not quite as far down the sheet as they were hoping to get it. SAIT getting ready to deliver. This one is going to have the carry. But is it going to get in the house? It's going to sneak in, but not too far, just barely, I believe halfway over that blue and white area, about halfway in the house. Portage getting ready to go once again. And it looks like they'll go for a takeout. And they're going to try and skim it past their already placed guard. It looks like it has it. Ooh, that was close. And they'll get it. SAIT's going to go out the back. Very well executed. They had the accuracy as well, as that was maybe an inch off their previously placed guard. SAIT getting ready once again. As they are going to go for a takeout. And this one will connect with the guard. SAIT going out the side. The guard being moved over to the right side of the sheet. More or less out of the way. Two stones currently in the house, one for each side, both in that outer blue ring. Portage doing a good job defending so far. Still plenty of stones left to go. As this one's going to have a slow approach. It looks like they're going for another guard here. But is it going to have the speed? It might be running out. Oh, it'll get over. If only barely, as that's going to land pretty similar placement to their last one, just a little bit off that center line. The Trojans sending this one down the floor. This one's going to have speed, going for another takeout, and they'll get this one. Portage out the back, and now SAIT. Two stones inside, one of them protected by two guards. As Portage will start their delivery. Plenty of speed on this one. Heading down the left side. Trying to curve it in. It looks like it will make contact with one of SAIT's stones, knocking both out of play. Only one stone in the house. Plenty have been taken out by both teams respectively. Plenty of defense being played here in the second end. SAIT's had plenty of high-scoring games, scoring 9 against Lakeland, 8 versus Red Deer, 8 versus Nate, 15 against Augustana, and 8 versus Concordia. As this is going to head straight down the left side, curving in, getting inside the house, and landing just on the left side, away from the two guards. SAIT once again with 2 inside the house. Portage with 3 left. Or excuse me, this will be, after this they'll have 2 left. this will have the speed. And it'll have the accuracy as it'll take out the SAIT stone that was just placed. Portage continuing to just minimize destruction, I guess, as SAIT currently only able to get 2 with the hammer if they can find that button. Portage up 1-0 after that first end. We're only able to score 1. As this is going to go straight down the left side, taking out the stone, and once again landing on that outside ring. As we are now into skip stones. Portage's skip. Ashley Twig heads down to make her first delivery. It'll be interesting to see what Portage tries to do here, as it hasn't looked like their chances of stealing are high. And it looks like once again they're going for a takeout. This one maybe a bit too far to the left. They're trying to curve it. They might be able to do it. It looks like they will, as this is going to collide with that left side of that SAIT stone, able to avoid the wall at least long enough to not collide with it prior to hitting the stone. And SAIT with 1 in the house once again. Scoffin going back. This will be her first as well. And SAIT unsurprisingly going for the button. They've put a few on the outside in the last little bit. Looks like they're making no effort at doing that again. This is going to have the speed to get in the house. Just depends on how close. And that's going to land right inside that inner ring, just outside the button. A well-placed delivery as well, as that's going to land pretty much just behind that Portage stone, making it fairly tough for them to do a takeout. SAIT still with 1 stone left. Now the question is, do you try and take out that SAIT stone just off the button, or do you try to place something in the house closer than that furthest stone out by SAIT to try and just minimize and take away the chances of them scoring a 3? This is going to go down the middle, and it looks like they're either going for the button or going for a takeout. It looks like they'll probably do both, as this is going to have the speed and takes out the SAIT stone, if only by a little, and drops it just outside the button, leaving it up to Bailey Scoffin with the hammer to decide whether SAIT gets to take points. Portage has done a lot of defending so far, doing a good job limiting what SAIT has in the house. The max SAIT can score is 3. It'll be tough for them to do it with that stone right there by Portage. Scoffin's going to head down and get ready to go. She talked it out for a moment with Raylan Helston, I believe, and came to a decision. And it looks like they're ready to go. Now, let's see if SAIT can execute. This is going to have plenty for speed. Heading straight down that center line. It's going to just barely skip by the guard if it does. And it does. Oh, wow, that was close. As they take it out on the right side. And holy smokes, they're going to score 3 here. What a delivery. Easily the shot of the game so far. We're only 2 ends in, but that was pretty impressive. As, yeah, on the stream, you can really see just how close that was to colliding with that Portage guard. Very impressive end for SAIT. Portage doing just about everything right, making it as difficult for Bailey Scoffin as humanly possible, but not much you can do about that. That was just an excellent placement. So we'll head into N3. I believe it's SAIT 3, Portage 1, but the scoreboard has not been updated yet. As SAIT makes the first delivery. Hammer back with Portage. Neither team has stolen yet. SAIT came close in that first end, but a well-placed delivery by Ashley Twigg prevented it. As it looks like SAIT's going to put a guard up. Or no, it'll sneak inside the house. And fairly close. It'll get inside that white ring. Just 2 away from the button. Portage going for a takeout. But it looks like it won't have the power, as that's going to end up being a guard put up by Portage. As it looks like they'll go for the guard. First, second shot, that's Madison Milo. Year 3 from Bentley. As that takeout, we'll send it out the back and place a guard for SAIT. And that SAIT guard is going to be fairly far outside the house. SAIT probably trying to get it inside. Didn't quite work out that way. Portage going to send this down the right side. It'll easily get over the line. It looks like it'll have the power to get in the house, but I don't know if it'll have the weight to do a takeout. Yeah, it's going to knock that SAIT stone right on the button. We're not quite on the button, getting a second look at it. Looks like it's on the button from my perspective. I'm not too close to that dot. That'll end up just on that second circle. SAIT going for a takeout of their own. As it looks like they might try and knock their own stone inside. It's going to take a pretty light tap. It looks like they'll have it. See how far it gets. Get inside and just barely be closer than that Portage Stone. SAIT with 2 in the points. And so far this is playing out fairly similar to the first end, where SAIT looking like they're going to have a half-decent chance at stealing. It's just whether Portage can pull off the comeback in the second half of this end. As they'll send this one down. Ooh, as that's going to just narrowly take out their own guard and sneak out the back as it wouldn't stick around. As they weren't quite able to get the takeout on SAIT's closest stone. So now they will deliver again. Chin sends this one down. Another year 4. They'll knock their own stone in just a bit further. SAIT now with 3 inside the house. Chance to score 2 as it stands. About halfway through the end. As this will dance straight down that center line. Plenty of speed on it. It'll definitely have the weight. Let's see how much they can take out. Yeah, and they'll take out that middle SAIT stone. They'll take out 2 of their own in the process, including the one thrown, leaving only 2 stones left in the house, both SAIT. Yeah, and it collided with that SAIT stone. It's the only one that it touched, but it was right on the back of another one of Portage's. So it didn't move a muscle. It stayed right where it was, but launched the Portage stone, straight out. As Helston is going to send this one down. It's running out of gas, but they'll just barely get that on the outside ring, making that 3 potential points in for SAIT. It's Portage getting ready to go. It's going to be Bryn Broussard, year 2. Plenty of speed on it. As they're going to get a takeout here, but only getting the furthest outside SAIT stone, leaving the other 2 untouched, as they might have been going for a double takeout, couldn't quite get it off. Now Scoffin down the right side, directing Helston. And it looks like they're going to try and curve this around the guards that they've already placed. But it's going to be close. And this is going to be another excellently placed stone. Just barely sneaking in. Dropping right off the button. So far, N3 has just been a clinic for SAIT. Portage stuck on defense once again with the hammer in hand. As this one's going to have plenty of speed, enough to do a bit of damage. See if they can take out two. Won't be able to. They'll get the one closest, though. It'll knock one of them off of its course as well. SAIT still with two inside, but on the outer circle of the house. As Bailey Scoffin heads down to get Skipstone started. Last two for both sides. And it's probably a safe assumption that Scoffin's going to go for the button. SAIT doesn't have any real estate now after that last delivery by Portage inside. Something well placed here could potentially set them up for a steal. So head down the right side. Once again, trying to do the same thing they had just done. Will just barely sneak it by. But it looks like it's going to have a bit too much power and land just barely on the outside. It'll stay in, if only barely. Portage trying to plan it out. Ashley Twig talking it out with Bryn Broussard. So they try and figure out what their game plan is. It'll be Ashley Twiggs first. She's going to get two. She'll get ready to go. And this will have speed. It looks like they'll go for a takeout. Very well executed, as it takes out SAIT's closest stone, or at least it would appear. As Portage now with a chance to score. Trying to keep SAIT from stealing. And it's probably a good assumption that Scoffin's just going to try and put this right back where it was, or as close to the button as she can. This will be her second and SAIT's last of the third end. And this one's going to come in real slow, not wanting to make the same mistake they made last time. As it had a bit too much power, it's still going to have a good amount to go through the house as it approaches the button. But where will it land? Ooh, that's going to be very nicely done, as that's going to go just out off the button a little bit to the back. And that really puts the pressure on Portage. Very desperately needing to get SAIT off the button, as they do not want to go down by potentially 4. We'll see what they have. As this heads down the center, it'll have plenty of speed. That will not be a problem. It's all about accuracy now as it curves in, gets over the guard line. Down the left side, it looks like it's wide, and it will be. SAIT will steal and get 1. As that will bring it to 4-1, favoring SAIT. SAIT now up big, heading into the 4th end. Once again, they'll get the chance to start. Hammer back with Portage after the SAIT steal. Milo sends this one down. And this is going to end up running out of gas, but it will get over the line. It's going to be a very high guard. SAIT, as it stands, if they can come out of this with a win, they will go undefeated on the weekend. A very strong start to the season. Still winter regionals later this, or excuse me, I believe they'll be next year, actually. This season. But you can't complain about the potential of going undefeated, at least in the first tournament. SAIT's closest game so far was against Lakeland. It was a 9-8 finish. Can't get much closer than that. Portage still looking for their first win of the tournament. They've looked very good so far in this game against the top-ranked SAIT. Showing a lot of accuracy in defense. Not a lot of mistakes from either side, which has made it very tough. As Portage gets ready to deliver. 2 stones inside the house. Portage the closest, and they're going to try to add to it. Well, this is Ashley Tweedy's second attempt. 3 ashes on this Portage team, as it's Ashley Tweedy, Ash Hennenfent, and Ashley Twig. If I at any point in this broadcast accidentally say the wrong last name for one of them, I sincerely apologize. I don't think I've done it yet, but you never know. SAIT getting ready to go. It'll be Chin going for her first. SAIT's third stone. It looks like SAIT will try to go around the right side. This will curve in. It'll have the speed, but will it be too much? And it looks like it'll be just right, staying in that inner circle. Both teams have been playing since Friday. Plenty of time to get used to the sheets. So I believe there are 8 different sheets here in Airdrie. I think all of them have been used at different points in the tournament. I don't know if I've seen a team on 8 yet, but might need to fact check myself on that one. I know 1 through 7 have all been used because I've seen them all used today. Portish sending this one in. And they'll get the tap. Setting up a guard, but unfortunately it'll maybe hinder more than it helps. As the SAIT still with the closest to the button. Whether they have 1 or 2 is a bit more of a different question, as it's pretty hard to tell from our angle. We don't have the up-down cam, or at least access to it, so it's a little bit hard to tell from our angle, but I'm sure the players will figure it out if it ends up mattering. As this ends up going in, and SAIT with another one right next to the button. Plenty of guards in front. Still plenty of room on the sides to try and curve it around, as I believe there is 4 stones all around the front of the house, but they're pretty condensed. They're all towards the middle. SAIT showing no problem getting around any of the guards so far, as Portage responds quickly and sends another one down. As this is going to go down the right side. Looks like they're going to try to do the same thing that SAIT just did, except I don't think it's going to have enough. It's going to stop as they have another guard put up, just not quite enough. I'm going to make sure I get a second look at that one just to make sure it wasn't inside the house. Fairly sure it was outside. Yeah, it's going to be outside by a good amount too. Portage having a little bit of trouble finding the right weight to get it inside the house. As this sheet in particular seems to be fairly quick. Put too much power on it and it's going to go straight out the back. Was not the case on the sheet that I called earlier today, which was on, I believe, 4, or excuse me, 1. We're on 4 right now. I don't know how to count. So we get ready for Portage once again. From what I remember from that game earlier on 1, both teams had to put a lot more power behind their deliveries. But now it's been a bit of a different story, as it's been a lot slower. It's been a lot more methodical. Portage sending this one in. Plenty of speed this time. They'll get it in. And that'll knock out one SAIT stone. But it'll be the furthest one out. At least that was in the points. SAIT still with a chance to get 2. It would be a steal. This will be the last throw for SAIT before Scoffin gets her turn. And this heads down the right side. Both teams clearly choosing a favorite in this end. So a lot of those stones have just gotten stuck in traffic on the left side. This goes in, knocks out one, and knocks out their own. I don't believe that stone was in the points. As SAIT now with 2. Still plenty of traffic straight down the middle, which is going to make it tough for Portage. As they're going to take out one of their own. I'm unsure on whether that was intentional or not, as it does open up the lane a little bit. And it creates a bit more of an opening to get towards those 2 stones just off the button. As now Scoffin goes up to deliver. She was able to win the 3rd end for SAIT. Once again, stuck with another one that is fairly tight. A chance at multiple points. Scoffin, ready to go. And this will have plenty of weight to it. Heading down the right side of center. Ooh, this one might be heading for the button as well. But can it get by the guard? Oh, just barely. It'll tap it and land inside. That took a bit of a funny curve. And that's going to make it very, very difficult for Portage. As now it looks like they're going to try a takeout. Maybe trying to get a double? As yeah, they might be able to hit that SAIT stone into one of the other 2 closer to the button. It's going to be hard. Not quite at the hammer yet. Scoffin still with 1 more. And this will have plenty of carry heading down the right side. And yeah, no doubt about that. That's a takeout. It's going to charge right in. It might be wide right, and it will be. A rare miss between these 2 teams, as that's going to go just by the right side. And that is a good sight if you're a SAIT fan, as suddenly it just got a lot harder to prevent this SAIT women's team from stealing. And it looks like Scoffin's just going to try and add to her total. Currently, by my count, I think they have at least the 3 closest, maybe 4. We'll see what the total ends up being at the end if it actually happens. This will be Scoffin's last. And this will come in nice and slow. Because they're not too concerned about making sure this one's the closest. They just want to make sure it gets in. In fact, they might be placing up a guard. Wow. And that'll just make it even harder. As now for Portage, I'm not even sure what your route would be. Maybe you try and knock the stone straight in, knock one of your previous placed ones in. I'm really not sure. We'll see what they decide to do. Certainly a tough spot to be in with the hammer. Ashley Twigg. If she is able to prevent SAIT points here, it'd be pretty impressive. And no surprise, this is going to be a takeout. Has all the weight it'll need. We'll just see what it hits. As it's going to get by the right guard, I believe. Charge in, knock into that. And I think it'll be 3. I think SAIT is going to score 3 on this one. Taking the end in a steal. As that is going to bring the score to 7-1 earlier, assuming it's 3. If it's 2, it'll be 6-1 heading into the 5th. As SAIT will get ready to head the other direction. As it looks like Portage has retired with a final score of 7-1 in the 5th. And that will do it for us here at the ACAC Fall Curling Regionals. I've been Simon Chaskovsky. Thank you so much for joining me here today, as well as Kevin Kratz for the morning. It was plenty of fun. Still plenty of games going on here, but I don't believe we'll have the coverage for it, unfortunately. Still plenty of good curling action all season long in the ACAC, with I think the winter regionals, I believe they're going to be in Augustana, but you might want to fact check me on that one. You can do that at acac.ab.ca. If you're interested in more curling, make sure to do that. But for now, thank you so much for joining me. Make sure to have yourself a good afternoon. All right, welcome back. I've just been informed that we're going to be moving our coverage over to a different game, as that one ended a bit faster than we originally thought, as this is going to be Augustana versus Red Deer. Augustana last year going 1-4 in the fall regional. Red Deer going 5-0. So far in the tournament, as I'm gonna need half a second to pull up the numbers, as this was slightly unplanned, but that's the fun of it. I believe Red Deer so far has gone, I believe 3-2, if my numbers are right. Augustana so far fell to SAIT 15-1 earlier in the tournament. has won a few as well. They're currently in the fourth end. Score is 3-2, a very close game so far as Red Deer gets ready to go. Looks like we're just into the beginning of this end as this charges straight down the center. They're going for the button. And it looks like it's going to have the weight to do it. It'll go just out the back a little bit. Inside the house, if only. Just on that half circle. Now Augustana. They'll get ready to go. I believe Red Deer currently with the hammer. So they'll get ready to deliver. Still a few games going on across the Airdrie Curling Club. SAIT taking on Nate. Little ACAC Battle of Alberta action. That is on sheet 6. They're currently in the fourth. I believe it is tied at 2. Very close game going on over there. Close games all over the place in here. As Red Deer's stone is going to slow down at just about the right time, landing just left of that button. Augustana getting ready to go. They docked it out for a moment, but it looks like they've figured out a game plan. As this is going to charge in, straight down center, going for a takeout, might get 2. They get 1. And they managed to hit 3 different Red Deer stones. I believe only 1 ended up going out. But those 2 stones just a little bit closer to the back. Not quite as close to the button as it once was. Red Deer getting ready to go. As they talk this one out as well, try and planning their approach. As they're going to charge straight in. This one's going to have plenty of speed. Looks like they'll be going for a takeout on that Augustana stone on the left side. Weight will not be a problem. It's heading in. It has the accuracy and they'll connect. As now that's 3 inside for Red Deer. And that's going to put Augustana in a tough spot. 1 stone away from skips. And it looks like we're down to our last 3 games here in Airdrie. It's quickly quieted down inside. I believe at one point we had 7 going during the morning window, if I remember right. As this is going to charge in, take out a stone, take out a second one as they both get out. That is a heck of a hit for Augustana. And now just 1 remains inside the house. Red Deer skip getting ready to go. And this will have a slow approach. It's going to be interesting to see if this is going to end up having the weight, as it is running out of gas. And it looks like it'll land just outside the house. A fairly nice guard for their 1 stone. As Augustana's skip is going to get ready to respond. As they try and talk this one out. Try and game plan a little bit here. As they continue to talk it out here, trying to figure out what their best plan of action is. Still 2 stones remaining for Augustana, 1 for Red Deer. Augustana's second last stone, heading down the center side. They'll go left. Slowing nice and down as it lands very close to the button. Very nice placement for Augustana. And suddenly Red Deer, with their last stone, have been put in a very interesting spot. Augustana would only score 1. As of right now, still 1 stone left to go. They would only score 1. Red Deer more than likely needing to go for a takeout. But Augustana's done an excellent job setting themselves up so far. Still 3-2. We're in the 4th end. as they'll get ready to go. And this one's going to have a slow approach. And it looks like they're trying to hit the guard, I believe. No, they're going to curve by it, heading for the button. And they will take out the Augustana stone, putting the pressure on for the team with the hammer. And Red Deer, last few stones thrown by both teams have been very, very solid. This type of end might just show exactly why the hammer can be so important. As when two teams are playing as well as these two teams have, it often comes down to the last delivery. Red Deer with the chance to get one. It would put them up by 2 if Augustana cannot take out that stone. As we are now down to just 3 games, as I mentioned before, all very close. I think they're all tied, or excuse me, SAIT and Nate is 2-2. Nate and I believe that is Concordia are 3-2, and we are 3-2. Now with a chance to decide the end, Augustana with the hammer. Heading down the center, so have speed. It looks like they'll go for the takeout. Can they get around the guard? They will. Can they get to the button? They will. Augustana will take the point and maybe 2. It looks like it'll only be 1, which will tie it at 3. A very nice finish by Augustana, who will take the end by only a point. As we get ready to head into the second half. 5th inning coming up in just a moment. Both teams meeting with their respective coaches to try and plan out their attack. Augustana's coach, Josie Zimmerman, walking back down with her skip. Zimmerman, a former skip for Augustana. I thought I recognized the name. I had to fact check myself, but she was their skip the last time they were here in Airdrie for the 2024 provincials, I believe. As Augustana gets ready to go. As that is heading down center. Heading towards the button. Will it have enough? No, not quite. Ooh, wait, maybe. That might have snuck in. It'll be close. You guys get to see it a little bit before I do. that's going to be just off. Oh, it's a bit more clear from that angle just behind the house, but from my angle, it looks like it's just narrowly touching as I'm over here at center. An excellent guard nonetheless, as that's going to be very hard to avoid if either team wants to try and hit the button. As Red Deer is going to slide this straight around the guard, heading for the center, but it won't make it. That'll land in that middle white ring, just off the button. I've been trying to pay attention to whether we've seen any blank ends here today. I don't believe we have. On none of the games currently happening have we had any. As Augustana gets ready to deliver. And this is going to just knock into their previously placed guard and place place Red Deer stone further outside. Red Deer getting ready to go. This will be their second. And this is going to walk the line straight down the middle. Plenty of power, heading straight for that Augustana. Heading straight for that Augustana stone. It'll take out one of their own as well, though. And now I am not entirely sure who's closer, as both of those stones landing just in that blue outer ring. So that's a bit of an interesting play there. And yeah, that is very, very close. Ooh, I think it might be Augustana, if only by a little bit. It's very close. Augustana, if I'm right, potentially trying to put something on the button. And maybe grab themselves or put themselves in position to grab 2 points. As this heads towards the button, takes out one of Red Deer's as it's heading right for their own as well, and that'll just tap off of it and sneak to the very edge of the house. Augustana now, without a doubt, the closest to the button. Getting ready to deliver. Plenty of spectators in-house for this one. There's a nice lounge here in the Airdrie Curling Club with a great kitchen. Got to have one of their breakfast sandwiches earlier. That thing was awesome. I guess it's a little late on Sunday to be advertising it, as I don't think the games will be going on for much longer, but if you're ever in Airdrie, seriously do recommend it. As once again, Augustana up to take a swing. Only about halfway through the fifth. Tied in a knot at 3. So this will curve inside. Ooh, but it's going to have too much. It'll collide with Red Deer's at the back. A nice takeout, but their stone will go with it. Red Deer getting ready to go. This one going down the center. It's gonna curve right, and that, ooh, it's walking the line, I think a little longer than anybody thought. Won't matter, won't be too close to the house, but I'm not entirely sure how that didn't hit the wall. It's impressive, actually. Augustana back up once again to deliver. They've got 4 stones remaining. Down the left side, it'll go. Not a lot of change on either of our other sheets. It's Concordia and Nate. That score is 3-2, favoring, I believe, Nate. And then Nate and SAIT in the men's tied up. That game between Nate and Concordia is in the women's division. It's Augustana and Red Deer. Get ready to go. Red Deer delivering towards the end of our 5th set. Heading down center. It'll be heading right, as once again we'll see this curve. It'll be nicely placed. It'll take out Augustana's stone, but once again heading to the right, as both teams clearly choosing a favorite side. Augustana skip directing traffic. Making sure her squad knows what they got to do. As they're in a tight game with a very good Red Deer team. This heading down the left side with speed. But it might be too much. And yeah, that's going to go right out the back. Now, Red Deer, once again, ready to go. This will be their 3rd to last stone. Last before the skips go to bat. As they line it up, get ready to go. And they deliver. This one will have not a lot of weight to it, as it's going to start running out of gas very early. 3 brooms, just barely enough to get it over that hog line, landing as a fairly high guard. And now, another end that will more than likely be decided by the skips. Currently, there are only 2 inside, both belonging to Red Deer, but they're both on the outside. Getting to the button so far has been difficult, but both of these teams leaving it up to their 2 best to try and do it. So Augustana getting ready to deliver. They're going to try and go around the left side. More than likely trying to curve it around the guards. I was curious to see if maybe they'd try and knock one of their guards on that right side in, but doesn't look like they will. This will be the first of the stones thrown by the Skips. This will be down the left side as they try and avoid that guard put up by Red Deer. And once again, it's going to start running out of gas. This will get by the stone, but will it have enough to get to the button? It'll get inside. It'll be closer than anything Red Deer has, but it won't quite make it. So it'll land in that white ring just a little bit outside. Now giving Red Deer a chance to respond. Both Skips having to make a lot of precision, high accuracy deliveries. As Red Deer really taking their time to make sure that they have this lined up. They only have, I believe, 2 left. They will have the hammer. But how they use their second to last here could set up something even more impactful once we get to it. And it looks like we're going to be calling timeout here. I think Augustana making sure they make the right choice here. There's Red Deer coming in as well. As they try and talk this one over. Only 3 stones inside. 2 Red Deer, 1 Augustana. I believe both the games on 6 and 7 are now heading into their 5th ends as well. And it looks like Red Deer has come to a decision. As they chatted it over with the coach, have a strategy in mind. Now they just got to execute it. The Skip down to her second last. Augustana currently closest, tied at 3 here in the 5th. As it looks like we are ready to go between these two teams. And she is off. This will go down the left side. Staying very close to that center line, curving a bit to the right. It might be too close. It's going to collide with their guard. Whether that was intentional or not, it will work. And Red Deer now the closest to center with 3 inside, setting themselves up very nicely. And now Augustana in a bit of a bad spot. Hammer in Red Deer's hand, trying to prevent potentially 3 points. maybe even 4 with the hammer. Augustana trying to figure out what the game plan is going to be. As this is a very important shot. A miss here would basically guarantee 3 for Red Deer. As they're still trying to iron this one out, figuring out what their best plan of attack is going to be. And it looks like they have it. Augustana ready to go. Stone is going to go down the right side. Ooh, as that's going to go towards the center, and I believe it will be the closest. As an excellent delivery by Augustana sets up a Stone right inside with a chance for 1. Maybe not the outcome they wanted going into the end, but if they walk out of this with a point, I'm sure they'll be plenty happy. Red Deer now with the dagger in hand. They need a takeout. As they have it planned out. And they will go. Plenty of speed. They're going to take out that Augustana Stone. Heading straight down. Will it get around the guard? Yes, it will. Augustana with perfect placement. Or excuse me, Red Deer with perfect placement. That'll be 3 points, putting them up well by 3. As now both teams heading into the 6th. 6-3. The score, still 2 games going on the other sheets. Both in the 5th. Both approaching the end of the 5th as well. As all these games pretty much going at the same pace. All very close as well. It's the first of the 6 teams to really get away from their opponent is Red Deer here, if only by 3. Augustana will get the hammer. Red Deer getting us underway here in the 6th. This one heading down the left side of center. And landing just outside the back. Augustana getting ready to go. Augustana's first stone is running out of gas and fast. As they try to get the guard in, but it won't make it. Oh. Oh no, they tapped it. For half a second, I thought maybe that stone had gotten a second burst, but no, I missed the tap. So we'll get ready to go again with Red Deer. Both teams missing their first shots. So this will head down the sheet. This will head in. It'll have the speed. It's now Red Deer with one in the house. Augustana looking like they're going for a takeout. It looks like it'll land as a guard instead, as it will be just outside the house. Red Deer getting ready to set something up. This will head straight down the center. And that's going to land almost right next to the button. Augustana gets ready to go again. Red Deer with two inside. Maybe Augustana thinking double takeout. Be pretty tough to do. And this is going to head straight down Center Street. And it has a collision course with that Red Deer stone. It'll take it out. And both stones will stay inside the circle. Both in that outer blue ring. Red Deer now getting ready. Going for the takeout. This will go down the left side. Aiming straight at Augustana, and they will connect. As Red Deer has 2, nearly 3 inside the house. As you can see on that camera closest to that half of the sheet, that one on the right side is just barely out. There's a lead down center. It'll have a little bit of carry. And they will collide with both Red Deer stones, as that will be a double takeout. Excellently done by Augustana. Now also in the 6th then, SAIT has taken a lead up on Nate. Over on that 6th sheet. Over on the 7th sheet, it is 4-3, favoring Nate over Concordia. As the two stones collide, Red Deer takes their spot back inside the house, but not far enough in, as I believe Augustana still with the closest to the button. As Augustana is going to broom this one in. Trying to land it inside. But will it have enough? I think it just barely won't. At least it won't connect with Red Deer's. Will land inside the house, but not by much. Red Deer getting ready to go again. Down to their last stone before we get to the skips. As they send this one down, it'll have plenty of pace. Straight down the right side, heading right towards the center. It looks like they're gonna try and take out Augustana stone. They will collide with it, but not get enough. Now 2 stones inside for Augustana. 1 for Red Deer. as this one goes straight down center. Nothing protecting the button. It should have the pace to make it, but will it have too much? I think it'll have just about the right amount. Ooh, it had a lot more than I thought. It'll end up going out the back. So we've already seen a few of those from both of these teams as they both try and just figure out the sheet. Red Deer ready to go. This will be their second last, first thrown by the Skips. And they're going for a takeout. This will push in. And it'll collide with its target. And Red Deer is set up. Both teams struggling to find the button. And it looks like they'll try and change that here. With this one all the way back, Augustana is setting it up. They talk this one over. Callie Skog, the skip for Augustana. It looks like we may be seeing a timeout, potentially. They're still trying to figure out what the game plan is. Zimmerman and Skog going over what the plan of attack should be for their last stone. Or excuse me, their second last stone, as they do have the hammer. So it's more about how they can set themselves up for success with the hammer and to try and score and get themselves a little bit closer to Red Deer, who were able to score 3 in the last end. Augustana with their second last. This one heading towards Red Deer's most inner stone. It will collide and bounce theirs towards the back of the house. Now a bit of an interesting spot. As we wait and see what Red Deer plans to do. Talking it over. Last shot before the hammer. as they make their way down. Red Deer trying to increase their lead. Augustana trying to get back in it. And they'll have it at the very end. Red Deer making their delivery. This will head straight down the center. Plenty of power, as it looks like they're trying to do a takeout, maybe trying to bounce back inside, but no, as it ends up going out. And now a bit of an interesting spot. Augustana already. Ooh, no, it's closer than I thought after watching it back, as those two stones. Ooh, that is really tough to tell. As I think they're currently trying to figure out what the plan should be. I don't think Augustana's trying to leave it to which stone is already closer. They want to put one right on the button. But I think to do that, they might try and knock one of their own in, or maybe even knock out Red Deer's. They have a few options. It's been a lot of struggle with accuracy heading towards the center dot. There's clearly some issues with the sheet that have gotten a lot of use this tournament. Now let's see what Augustana has. Trying to pull themselves back into this game. The skip Skog up to deliver. As they line this one up. Heading straight down the middle. Plenty of power. And this will collide with their previously placed stone and go out the back. And I believe Red Deer is closer. Although it's hard to tell. I will know in a second. Ooh, I think Red Deer's closer. It's very, very tight. Very tight, but I do believe that the Queens will take the set. Or excuse me, the end. Too many different terms for periods. As somebody who calls a lot of different sports, I think they gotta make it all one word. Ends is pretty good though. Just makes my life a little bit easier as we get into hour 6 of our coverage here. Started at 9 a.m. with a game featuring the SAIT mixed team as they, I believe, took on Portage, if I remember right. Red Deer once again to deliver first. Being awarded the steal on that last one. So we are now in the 7th. Augustana running out of time. Now 7-3. As this will land halfway between the house and the hog line. Both the games on the other sheet still at about the same spots they were before, 4-3. Both their respective scores. I think they are in the 7th, or at least the men's game is heading into the 7th. Two guards now set up for both squads. Red Deer more than happy to play a defensive end here. Already up by a margin. Augustana needing to do something here in this end. Running out of time and fast. Both teams have had solid tournaments so far. Finishing it well. For Augustana, at least, would mean a fairly large comeback. For Red Deer, it's just about defending the lead you already have, as they'll end up colliding with their own stone, taking out one of their guards. Augustana lining it up. Didn't take them long to figure out what they wanted to do. Augustana ready to go. And they have no interest in doing anything with their own guard. As this starts to head in, it might be heading for the button, but it just won't have enough. It'll land on that inner circle. So Red Deer go to deliver. Augustana with a strong start to the end. This will move in. Plenty of speed. It will collide with Augustana's, but it won't take it out, just joining it in that center ring. Augustana's still easily closer. Augustana planning out their attack. They deliver. Plenty of speed, and they have a target in mind, although it looks like it'll collide with their guard. It'll go right in. Collide with Red Deer's. Wow. Excellently executed there by Augustana. So now, I believe they have the two closest. So they get ready to go. Augustana with at least 2 points set up. Red Deer trying to take him away. About halfway through the end. Red Deer with a nice takeout. Still, I believe Augustana is closest, but the next two outside belong to Red Deer. Augustana getting ready to go once again. So we'll head down center. Collision course with their guard. Or it'll slip right by it. It looked like it took a last second turn. And it looks like it'll just barely collide with their own on that inner white line. Landing in a fairly nice spot for them. Both teams going in to talk about it with their coaches. 3 stones apiece. 4 inside the house, 2 for either. As it's quickly looking like this end could go either way. Red Deer won't have the hammer. They'll need to steal if they want to score here. If they can find a way to steal, Augustana's chances of making it out of this game dwindle even further. And it looks like they've talked it through. They have a game plan. As Red Deer skip directing traffic. They know what they have to do. And they'll go off. Heading down the right side of the sheet. This will head straight for, collided with a stone, not the right one, as it connected with their own. Managed to knock one of, I believe, Augustana's stones back. Now a bit of an odd spot where Augustana may only get 1 point if they can pull through. Still 4 stones to go. As they head down the left side. And it looks like this will just barely sneak over the line. Or not. It looks like they'll remove it. Because it wasn't entirely over. It's very close. Now Red Deer getting an opportunity back. Last attempt before the skips. They know what they need to hit. They'll give it plenty of power. Weight will not be an issue. It's heading straight for its target. Nothing to stop it, and they will double take out both of Augustana's stones, leaving 3 for Red Deer inside. A very well executed play there. Give the team already in the lead a massive step up with just a few stones remaining. Red Deer seemed like they were maybe a step behind for most of the end. That play right there certainly changed just about everything about how this end has gone for them. None too close to the house. This one will go straight down center on the right side. This one will have no doubt of getting over that center line, or that hog line, excuse me. Heading straight for the closest Red Deer stone. Nearly taking out 2. They'll take out 1. Red Deer still with 2 inside. And now we are down to our final 2 stones for both sides. As they get ready to go. Route already planned. Last 2 stones for Red Deer are going to be vital as they try to add to their lead. Heading down center. This will curve in, making its way towards the button. And it'll be excellently placed for Red Deer, as that'll give them at least 2, maybe 3, but still 3 attempts left to go. The skip will go back and get ready to deliver. Augustana with their first of the last 2. They have the hammer and are down by more than a few and are in desperate need of something this end. This one curving left. It'll bounce off one of their own stones, setting up a guard. Now, one left apiece. Red Deer trying to set up their plan of attack. They know what they already have inside. It looks like they're going to try and put something just a little bit closer. They've lined it up. And they're going to put plenty of speed behind it, as they know they need to go around the outside past those two guards. Heading straight for the center as they pull it back in. Moving towards the button. It looks like it'll have the speed as it stops on a dime in that white area. Red Deer potentially with 4 points lined up. Augustana coming in to talk it out as they try and figure out what their plan of attack should be. Down to one stone. They more than likely need to probably take out and replace that stone closest to the button. Question is how you go about doing that, as those two guards that have been set up by Augustana are in collision course. It doesn't look like it took them very long to talk it out, as they absolutely know what they need to do. Augustana with their last shot of the seventh end. They'll line it up. Here we go. This will be a slow approach down the left side. Looks like they aren't trying to take out. They're trying to get closer. Going down the left side, it looks like it's running out of gas. And it will stop before the house, as that is going to be at least 3 or 4. And we will get a handshake finish in the seventh end as Red Deer wins. I don't know if we're going to get a confirmation on whether it's 10 or 11. I think it was probably 11. 11-3 finish. Red Deer over Augustana. And that'll do it for our coverage here at the ACAC Curling Regionals. I've been Simon Chaskovsky. Thank you so much for joining us for what has been a very fun tournament all weekend long. Make sure to have yourself a very good afternoon.